and brought up essentially while her son was batting with her at the other end.
Oh, fantastic!
This is quite a nice little. Yeah. But she's a teacher and a coach at Greenwich House Independent School in Louth on St Mary's Lane. It's nice lady. I interviewed her actually when I was back for that. So I thought, because there was an England Women's International in Louth, as Leach bowls, that's tossed up and just flipped up to mid-on. There's no run. I thought there's probably not that many journalists even know where it is, let alone want to go there. So I contacted, and that's 150 for Craig Brathwaite, 360 for 6. He gets a very generous and deserved round of applause from the West Indies balcony. That has been a feat of some concentration, hasn't it, for Craig Brathwaite?
Yeah, 458 balls.
Second score of 150 plus for the West Indies skipper. That is what you call a captain's knock, I think. 16 fours so far in the 150 not out. I don't think, looking at him, I don't think he's got any indication that he's giving up there. I think he's going to try and bat through. Every chance he could carry his bat in this innings, because after De Silva there's not a huge amount left in terms of the batting for West Indies, as that's tossed up and caught at short leg. Is it? Umpire says not. The England fielders seem convinced there. De Silva seemed to turn that round. Now, did it come off his thigh, or did he get some bat or glove involved in that? What's your initial thought, Jonathan?
His body language and his facial expression suggests no.
Bairstow's just asked him, and he's kind of like wrinkled his nose to say, no, I don't think so. I think he thinks he's okay there. The umpire's coming to see if he's got his decision right as well, but he's not sure. So we'll see here, the front on replay. Gregory Brathwaite, who I don't think is related to Craig. It's hit him on the inside of the knee, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gone straight through. It did seem to loop up as if it came off the pad, didn't it? But that's a disappointment for Jack Leach, looking for his second wicket of this innings, and De Silva on that occasion, he's going to be reprieved, I think. There's no bat involved in that from what I could see. We'll get the an assurance here. The bat's so close to the pad there, this probably doesn't mean a huge amount. In fact, yeah, he's slamming into the pad there, isn't it, rather than the bat. So De Silva's going to survive. He'll keep Brathwaite company. De Silva's probably a big wicket here for England, because if they can get him, then they are very much into the bowlers. And would fancy their chances of maybe wrapping up the West Indies quite quickly. But if De Silva was to hang around and get a 50 alongside a Brathwaite that continues, then that's almost getting West Indies up to level pegging in terms of first innings score, isn't it?
Yeah, his first job really is to see it through to the new ball, isn't it? Don't get himself out with the old ball. Don't expose.
We had
not seen.
We had the LBW front on then, which was a complete waste of time, because it was never LBW. So that's defended back down the track by Leach. Sometimes they just burn electricity for the sake of it, don't they?
Yeah, and again, that's just another 30 seconds that could have been playing cricket.
Yeah.
Getting some more in before the end of the day.
Absolutely. 147 behind West Indies as things stand. As Leach bowls again, and off the back foot this time. De Silva, very kind of flapping square cut stroke drive there.
Good job he made contact, because that was middle stump.
It was, wasn't it? He was taking his life in his hands there to a degree. His cricketing life anyway. 360 for 6. So we've got get through this over, and I'll pass it on to Jonathan to take us through the next half an hour. As Leach bowls again, tossed up and defended this time by De Silva. One more ball left in this over. I was about to tell you a story when that appeal happened, and I can't remember what I was going to tell you.
I want to tell you a story.
I was going to tell you a story. Can't remember what it was. It can't be that great, can it? None of my anecdotes are that great, it has to be said. As Leach bowls again, this time he's forward. De Silva meets that with a full face and about a big stride. And that's the end of a good over from Jack Leach there. Just the one run from it. And that was the run that took Brathwaite to 150. De Silva's 3 not out. 360 for 6 for West Indies. They find themselves 147 runs behind.
England have no remaining reviews in trying to take these final 4 wickets. That could be vital. The Windies have got 2 left, so they're going to be certainly taking recourse to the video umpire. But Mahmood going to continue. And I'm always reluctant in Test cricket to say last throw of the dice, but He's starting to feel that the new ball, those first half dozen overs, really could be it. If the West Indies can see those off and not lose, another wicket or maybe just the one, then that'll be the major danger averted in the match. And just too little time left. Mahmood's first delivery of the over fades away down the leg side. Not a lot of bounce about it.
Good stop that by folks, actually, wasn't it? Getting across to and low to his left to just parry it really and make sure he stopped it. He gets a big glove on it and stops it going past him for runs. This next 2.5 overs is almost another critical point, because, as you said a few seconds ago, if De Silva and Brathwaite are there for the new ball, then that looks pretty good. But if they can just nick out a wicket before the new ball, then they got the new ball against the tail then as well.
Brathwaite waits. Now that one really kicked off the pitch. A real effort ball from Mahmood. 137 kph. I can't work that out just at this moment in time.
What did that hit? Because that seemed to just come off something. That seemed to be off the surface as much as anything, unless it was just a very hard part of the surface it found. But it didn't seem to puff up any dust particularly. It was well played actually by Brathwaite. Swayed out the way, got his hands low.
Yeah, I'm going to go for 137 kph in miles per hour. That is 85.128.
That's all right.
It's quick enough when you're out there. Here he is again, and that one wide of off stump, just short of length, dropped into the pitch by Brathwaite. Yeah, you wouldn't fancy one at 85 that kicked off the pitch and was aiming at the throat, would it?
No.
Not sure I'd be getting out of the way of that one.
Not top of your wish list, that is it? Top of the bucket list, get a ball that's going to take your throat out. Mahmood's got that about him though, hasn't he? He's got that aggression, he's got that little prickly kind of attitude that, as I said, when I met him, he's a really lovely, amiable kind of guy, but when he's in bowling mood, he gets that little prickly fighter kind of thing going on, doesn't he?
There he is again. And that one is reversing in towards the right-handed Brathwaite. He's able to play it quite comfortably back on the pitch, no run. So, interesting combi actually, these two. Clearly they're not going to be, at this stage, you wouldn't have thought, unless they do something spectacular in the remainder of this game, and possibly if they get the chance to bowl together in the next match. But Fisher, tall, beautiful action, swings the ball, hits the seam regularly and gets it darting both ways. And Mahmood more about the skiddy action, with probably, I'd say, pound for pound, a little bit more consistent in terms of pace. He'll be 2 or 3 miles an hour quicker probably more often than Matthew Fisher is. Yeah. Brathwaite sees one sail over his shoulder here.
What I thought has been quite good about this attack is that the two debutants are quite different, aren't they?
Yeah.
And that's something that England haven't had very often. They often you end up with 4 seamers that pretty much do the same thing.
I'm going to see obviously Jimmy and Brodie, you would think, back in during the summer, so one or both of these may go.
Would you bring them straight back in, both of them?
On English pitches, who do we play first? New
Zealand, then India, then South Africa.
Yeah. If you're going to bother playing them, then I'd say yes. Brathwaite runs that out to point, no run out. I mean, I could see the argument. There was lots of arguments about whether this was a ridiculous decision or not. I don't think it was ridiculous, I've got to say, but I would have liked to have seen one of them go out there.
I think the ECB have made their priorities very clear. They rate home Test matches and the Ashes as Category A, if that's one of a better phrase.
Test-wise, next. Yeah.
Kind of West Indies, South Africa, and some of the others away as very much Category B, and then maybe some of the minor tours, even Category C. So therefore, in a way, the results of this trip don't matter so much to the ECB. So having that kind of experiment, if you like, in this trip is not the worst thing in the world. Having said that, I find it very strange that in the first Test match, after saying they wanted to give a few other people the chance to take a step up, they played a load of people that we already knew about. Because Craig Overton's pretty ordinary to me. County cricket on friendly surfaces, he can rip a team apart, but so can a lot of bowlers. Darren Stevens can, but in Test cricket on a surface which was not offering him anything in that first Test match, he looked very, very ordinary.
There's Ollie Robinson as well, who I think, for me, he looks the part. As Stokes, who's into the attack, is patted into the leg side by De Silva, and there's no run. I'm much more keen on Ollie Robinson, I've got to say. I don't know what your thoughts are on him, but more so than Craig Overton.
Oh, absolutely.
Robinson, Broad, Anderson. I do get the rotation, I've got to say. I'm not totally against that.
Do you know what I'd do this summer? I think if you actually picked, I mean, obviously Geoff Archer's not going to be fit. Ali Stone's probably not going to be fit.
Stokes into De Silva, who pushes into the offside.
But if England had everybody available, I think Stuart Broad might not make it into the best 11 at the moment. I think he's maybe just on the slightly downward spiral.
And when they were debating whether they should be going on this tour, I got the records up. Now, in my head, I had Stuart Broad on the typical West Indian pitches with a bit of variable bounce and all the rest of it. I thought he was the man you probably wanted to take and give Jimmy a rest. Stokes is into De Silva, who drops into the offside. Then I looked at the records in the West Indies, and Jimmy's is better than Broad's. I was surprised.
Jimmy, last time they were playing here, got a fifer.
Yeah.
I mean, Stuart Broad's obviously a fantastic cricketer, don't get me wrong. You don't take the amount of test wickets he's done with that, knowing what you're doing with the ball. And there is a thing with the two of them that you kind of look them together when Stuart Broad's actually 2 or 3 years younger than Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Anderson's never been fitter. You know, he's as fit as he's ever been, isn't he? I mean, sometimes injuries take a bit more time to get over as you get older, but
Stokes again to De Silva, pushing forward into the offside, no run.
I mean, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because if you're trying to say that you're doing it to extend their careers and you want to try and get the best out of these two premier racehorses or whatever, thoroughbreds, as much out of them as you can, whilst aiding this transition, you kind of, it defeats the object not to play them, doesn't it? Because if you're trying to get the most out of them, then there are 3 test matches, there are test wickets, there are matches to be won in this series.
Stokes to De Silva again, there to drive and pushed out really.
But I think if you were going to bring them both back into the setup, I'd be tempted to play them in alternate test matches and have you one experienced guy to take the new ball and lead the attack and to bring the youngsters through in each test match and alternate them. It gives their old legs another week to kind of recover, because there's going to be 7 test matches across the English summer. That's quite a lot. You're not going to get them all. You're not going to get probably many fast bowlers to play all 7.
Stokes again, nicely played by De Silva, but he can't make his way past the fielder at mid-on.
But if you work out where they're going to be most useful, you'll obviously know the fixtures and where they're going to be played. You can play them in alternate test matches and get them to be like the captain of the bowling unit, and kind of keep them fresh a little bit as well as you go through. The only thing that I don't know the full story, obviously I've not been in the dressing room, but there is the story that Joe Root was giving a bit of admonishment to the bowling attack in a speech that he was giving, a sort of Churchillian speech he was trying to deliver in the dressing room, and Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson just laughed at him, and I don't think that went down very well with Joe Root, and some people say, well, Joe Root should be tougher, blah 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 blah. Well, Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad shouldn't be behaving like that in professional
they should be setting an example to the younger bowlers, shouldn't they, taking that very seriously.
So I wonder if there is a little bit of a fallout between the two parties.
Here's Mahmood into Brathwaite, 150, it turns that front of square on the leg side, and they get 3 for 1.
But having said that, I mean, every time I've heard Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad talk about Joe Root, they've got nothing but good things to say about him, so I would doubt it's a completely fractured relationship. But I wouldn't imagine Joe Root falls out with too many people.
Joe, he just doesn't seem to that sort of character. We've seen replays of the only wicket to have fallen in this session.
I think he's actually tried to go for catch of the match by making a very easy catch look very difficult, hasn't he? He's nearly made an absolute mess of that.
Catching hold of a 12. Here's Mahmood to De Silva, and that's an appeal. It looks like it struck him in front of leg, but was tailing away down the leg side. Yes, reverse swinging in towards the batsman. There is only 4 balls now between England and the 3rd new ball being able to be taken.
Definitely going down leg for me, this one.
Yep.
It's probably hit him just outside leg and going on further down, isn't it? The only thing is that some batsmen like De Silva on that occasion, they take such a stride across their stumps that although they're playing a leg side shot, sometimes they're almost exposing the leg stump in doing so, aren't they? So you can get that, the impression from the shot makes it look like it's going down leg, where actually they've moved across and it's not, but on that occasion that's going well down.
Just about in front of the leg stump. Half a ball, if you like, going well down. Mahmood in again to De Silva, 3 off 28 balls for the batsman, who's pushing forward, making those nice shapes. The number 9 that we used to get taught when we were being coached as nippers.
I like De Silva. I think he's a good cricketer. He knows what he's doing, doesn't he? I mean, he's maybe not the best batsman in the world, but he's got enough about him to be able to bat for a length of time, and he's got enough grit and determination to fashion something as a player, doesn't he?
You wonder, De Silva, is he maybe Portuguese origin originally, way back in the family roots, something like that? He's waiting here, taps his bat, and in comes Mahmood, who doesn't deliver the ball. He went right through his delivery stride, but kept hold of it for some strange reason.
I'm trying to Wikipedia just De Silva to answer your question. So see yes, De Silva is of Portuguese descent, with his ancestors hailing from Madeira. Both his mother and paternal grandmother were Portuguese Canadians, while his father is Trinidadian. He was educated at St Mary's College in Port of Spain.
There we go. Here's Mahmood coming in again. And De Silva shoulders arms. But you just think, I mean, De Silva, the obvious really is, tends to be Brazilian, doesn't it? You get De Silva athletes, known a few of those over the years with footballers. And Brazil and Portugal, obviously, their link inextricable there. So, just Portuguese ancestry. So 2 balls remaining before the third new ball can be taken. 361 for 6.
So he's, unless he's been on holiday, he's never set foot in Portugal himself, but he's very close family just above him from Portugal originally.
Yes, again, looking like he means business. Guess it's wrong slightly because it's a reverse swing full toss.
He was going for the Yorker there. He was trying to toe crush, wasn't he? And he got it wrong. He would have hit him halfway up the shin. Joe Root's doing an impression of a scarecrow. Now half a scarecrow. He's trying to direct his field around here. Keep him busy.
Yeah, he just needs to do something with that beard, doesn't he? We love Joe, don't we? We both think he's a cricketing god. But yeah, I'm not sure about the beard, Joe.
The only thing is, if he takes it off, he only looks about 12.
That's not such a bad thing as Mahmood's in again, and that was the final ball of his 22nd over. He's got 1 for 50, just 1 from that over. 361 for 6, 160 overs have been bowled, so the third new ball can be taken.
You'd imagine they would do, because it's not, the old ball's not doing a huge amount, is it? Well, I first met Joe when he was 15, I think, and he looked 10. And so if you go back through, at the start of every county season, there's a press day where you take squad photographs, but you also take the individual shots for the website and for various news places. And if you go back through, it's quite a good way of seeing how a player's aged, to go back through the year-on-year pictures. You go back to when Joe first came into the professional ranks at Yorkshire. He seriously looked 10 years younger than he was, and he was young anyway. They called him the choir boy when he first got into the academy, because he just looked like he needed a ruff around his neck. He'd have been in St Paul's Cathedral.
So here's Stokes. They haven't seen the ball held up, so I'm guessing that they're continuing with the old ball. Joe Root is just waving.
Sometimes a bowler likes to get a couple of balls with the old ball before they risk the new ball, don't they?
You would have thought Matthew Fisher would be the one they're going to throw the new ball to, at one end at least. Maybe they keep either Stokes or Mahmood going at the other end. He's having a chat about it now, is Joe. First ball was a dot, and Stokes turns and 55 on his back makes his way into bowl 2. Brathwaite once again hangs this one up outside off stump and invites maybe an uppish drive, but Brathwaite, as ever, in control. Let's see if we've got those control stats. Yeah, they're still saying he's playing 91% control, and De Silva, better than Holder was earlier, he's 84% control.
Talking about Joe Root's captaincy earlier, there's some of the criticism that he's had is about how he controls his spinners and how he uses his spin bowlers. There's been an obvious change in kind of emphasis in this series. That, he's given Jack Leach some really long spells and got him on early.
Stokes in, Brathwaite steps across to the offside and just drops that square on the leg side for a single.
And it was noticeable as well when Jack Leach just completed his most recent spell, which was about 3 overs ago or something now, isn't it? Joe Root raced across to him, had a long chat with him, gave him a big pat on the backside, and sort of, I don't know what he said, but you would imagine he sort of said, you're bowling well, persevere, kind of stuff, and seems to be making. We talked earlier about he's under threat as captain. Who else would you pick? It's good that he's renewed, but he's not going to continue as captain if they continue losing. So that's defended out to the offside by De Silva, and I get the impression that they've maybe identified a few things that he could do differently, and the way he controls his spinners and the way he deals with his spinners and talks to his spinners looks to me as if he's making a conscious effort to do that differently and to maybe step up in that department. And you're never too young to learn something. You're too old to learn something, rather. And as a captain, despite the fact that he's got 60 odd tests as captain, he'll still be thinking about ways he can be better.
Yeah, here's Stokes to De Silva, who gets a thickish outside edge. It's gone wide of the cordon. Stokes grimaces because he's conceded 4. And at the deficit now 141. The other thing about not taking the new ball when it's immediately available, one thing that Raymond Illingworth did say to me in that way out of talking, pretty good pitch out there and all that sort of thing. And he said to me, when he was skippering, he didn't always take the new ball when it was available because he thought that the batsmen were mentally playing to that point, and then sometimes they switched off because they'd got to, that's our next aim.
So it's like this is what you could have won. Whip it away, the speedboat away.
So Stokes in and De Silva drops it into mid-wicket, and there's no run. So yeah, just psyching him out. You've got to the stage where the new ball can be taken. What are they doing? They're not taking it now. So now this is, I'm a bit, just a little bit of confusion in the mind. He said, he might only delay it by an over or two, but he said
that's clever though. It's canny stuff, isn't it?
He said, we'd occasionally pick up a wicket with one of these batsmen who've been really concentrating hard, and we couldn't get out because it's a bit like sometimes a batsman getting a ton, isn't it? They're really working through the 90s to get the 100. And how many times do we see them get out afterwards?
That's interesting. I've never really thought about it like that. I mean, I know. If the old ball's doing something, then I can understand not taking it on that basis. But that's a very simple way of looking at it. Because obviously, if the old ball's bending around corners with reverse swing, carry on with that one. But generally speaking, you're thinking take the new ball. But I think
like we are doing.
I think we're going to be doing now. Matthew Fisher coming into the attack. So he's been in the first innings in the first new ball rather, he took the new ball alongside Chris Wokes.
He's got the old ball at the moment. Probably have a couple of looseners with it, maybe one.
And, the two debutants there having a chat about how they're going to go about things.
Well, Fish will be happy, won't he? Because Leeds beat Wolves last night in.
That makes everybody happy, doesn't it?
And he's a massive Leeds United fan.
That surely makes everybody happy that Leeds United are doing well now.
Here he is then, the big fella. And he gets the reverse first ball there. His big appeal looks to me like it's going down.
I think that's done too much, isn't it?
He went a long way, didn't it? That was much more than.
No reviews left, of course.
Mahmood.
No reviews left, and I think Joe Root and Fisher think that they've got him there, but I actually think that's ducked in so quickly. It's actually going to probably miss leg stump. Be interesting to see on the replay. First instinct though is this is not out to me. Let's have a look here. Where does it hit him? It hits him high on the pads as well. That might even be going over two, but yeah.
I'd like to see a Hawkeye on it.
Yeah.
Here's Fisher again then. Still with the old ball, bowling to Brathwaite. This one, good delivery as well. A little bit of kick off the pitch. Brathwaite has to take one hand off the bat to drop it in the offside.
Two good balls to start back with. So see the ultra edge on that previous delivery. It's missing the bat certainly hits him in front of leg, but that's going to go on and miss, I would have thought. Impacting line, yeah, wicket's missing. And yeah, it's kind of just going over the top corner of the crossbar, isn't it?
It's a shout, it's well worth a shout, but you know, I've seen him give.
Good ball, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good ball with to hit somebody with first up back into a spell. Where did he get that from?
Still the old ball for Matthew Fisher for the third of this, his 21st over, and he's in now. And again, getting good shape on that one in towards the right-handed Brathwaite. Pushes up to mid-on, there's no run.
It's not reverse swing's not something I associate with Matthew Fisher.
No, not at all. I think this is the first time I can remember seeing him bowl it, to be fair. I mean, I've seen him bowl regulation swing and get it to go well both ways. Different
Dukes ball, though, isn't it, that they use in the West Indies? I mean, it is the Dukes ball that they use in England, but in the West Indies it's slightly sort of toughened up version, because it obviously has more heat and a more coarser kind of surface to hit, so they try and toughen it up so it lasts longer, or lasts the same as the one in England would do.
Henry's again. This is probably the worst of his 4 deliveries so far. Around about leg stump, just flicked off the hip for a single by Brathwaite down to square leg. Alex Lees doing the fielding.
Tell you, Alex Lees is a very good fielder. I used to watch him do the fielding drills when he was practicing with Paul Farbrace and co at Yorkshire, and I don't think I've ever seen anybody close up run in, pick up the ball and throw so hard in one motion as he can. He's seriously impressive, and I'd never really thought of him as a fielder until I saw him do that. But you see him come in there, he's very quick to get down. And
here's Fisher again, another good delivery on the money, picked off by a falling over De Silva. His head was outside the line towards off stump, but he kept his eyes on the ball, that was the main thing, and picked him off for a single. 68 for 6, 1 left in this over.
139 though, just the deficit now. They're chipping away, aren't they? You know, that just psychologically, when that gets down into 99, 98, 97, it just looks a little bit less. When it is, obviously is a little bit less, but it's just going down to 2 numbers rather than 3. It's just a bit of a barrier.
It's Fisher again, lovely measured run, big high front arm. Drops that short, not the best short delivery to finish the over. It was a dot ball, 368 for 6. Matthew Fisher, we both know, but those listening may not be quite as aware that, you know, he's had a lot of injury problems since he made his debut for Yorkshire at 15.
Yeah,
you know,
it's been one step forward, 2 back, hasn't it, at times?
Yeah, and I mean, every incentive for him now to stay fit, you know, to work on his fitness. I'm not saying he hasn't worked on his fitness before playing county cricket, but he's got a sniff now. This is what, you know, he really wanted. Test match cricket. He's having a go, and
well, I said to you about seeing him out in the Caribbean and having that meal and stuff, and shortly afterwards came back to England, and it was pre-season press day at Headingley. And saw him again there, and we'd spoken at the meal about his injuries, and that must be really difficult, and yeah, good luck for the summer. Saw him at the pre-season, and he said, I've picked up a little bit of a niggle, I'm going to miss the start. And that's kind of the story of every time he was getting positive, they're going to take the new ball, it's been waved in the air by the umpire. It's it kind of got taken away from him again, a bit like Patrick Bamford last night for Leeds, who came limping off with his ankle injury coming back in. But it's nice to see him get a bit of a run, and it's, you know, as a bowler you need that, don't you? You need to get successive matches a season followed by another season where you're fully fit to actually show what you can do. Otherwise you're always trying to play catch up and trying to do things too quickly, and you know, you've not played for 15 months, you try too hard and it doesn't quite work, and then you get injured again, don't you? So it's good to see him on the park.
Yeah, so new ball taken.
His family's all out there as well, he was saying. Got pretty much everybody.
Yeah.
He pretty much mentioned everybody under the sun that was part of his circle. Obviously his dad sadly died just before he made his Yorkshire debut.
So Stokes coming into bowl then to De Silva with the new ball, which whistles wide of off stump, and there is no run. Through to the gloves of Ben Folkes. 68 for 6, Brathwaite 153, and De Silva not out on 8. Ben Stokes 2 for 56 so far from his 26 overs and 1 delivery. Stokes again, it's wide of off stump and De Silva shoulders arms. Dot ball. Beautiful sunny conditions at the moment at the Kensington Oval. You wouldn't know that there's been any rain today, but we have had a couple of rain issues. The start of the day was delayed by 15 minutes after a light shower, and then the return after lunch also delayed by a light shower. Stokes 2 dots in the over so far. And he comes again. Now then, De Silva was thinking about playing an attacking shot, thinking about playing a defensive shot. Somewhere in between was the result, and the most aesthetically pleasing looking push square on the offside. Looking at England in test matches with a minimum of 20 wickets, the highest overseas average. Chris Woakes averages 55.63 with the ball in hand abroad. Raymond Illingworth was just behind him, so found it more difficult to take wickets abroad than he did at home. As we see this next one flicked off the legs of De Silva down to the long leg where Johnny Bairstow fields, and gets through for a comfortable one. So Woakes 55.63, Illingworth 51.90. His average bowling abroad. And Stokes' next delivery. It's wide and Brathwaite's off stump. There's no run, still one to come in the over. Looking further down the list, Joe Root averages 48.86 in test matches with ball in hand away from home. Phil Tufnell a bit further down the list, 43.36 when playing tests away. Played 30 of them as well. Stokes in again, it's wide of off stump, tailing away towards first slip before Folkes gets his mitts on it. There's no run. So 3, 6, 9 for 6 at the end of that, the 163rd over. England in the early stages of third new ball. I think Fisher is going to continue. It's number 40 on his back, the shirt flapping in the Barbados breeze. Then balls to De Silva, fading down the leg side, and there's no run. Folkes stepping across to take a comfortable take. Ben Stokes just a dry cloth of some sort, just wiping the sweat perhaps from his hands in case he's handling the ball. Precise these days when these things are done, of course. Here's Fisher now, that one swinging quite prodigiously away from the bat, but started too wide of off stump, and De Silva able to guide it out through the point region where they get through for 2. Johnny Bairstow in the fielding. Woakes averages less than 23 in England and 55 abroad. As Fisher's in again, but struggling at the moment to control the new ball. Certainly controlled the old one pretty well with those first couple of deliveries when he came back. 71-46. 3 balls left in the 164th over the game at the moment. Unless England can capitalise with this new ball, looking like it's going to peter out into a draw with just what have we got left now? A day and about a session and a half. So pretty much halfway through this 4th day. Fisher again. Ball wide of off stump that Brathwaite not interested in playing out. And there is no run. So the deficit 135. 3 off the over so far. And just one delivery from Fisher remaining. Brathwaite 153. Be a big wicket for Matthew Fisher to pick up at this stage. Can he get control of this new ball? It's wide of off stump and Brathwaite shapes to drive, but then just pushes it really out to Ben Stokes at mid-off. There's no run. So an hour to go in the session, and that signals the bringing on of drinks. 372 for 6.
I've got my coffee. So we're set to go for the second hour of play in this afternoon session. And at the moment, just that 1 wicket to fall in the afternoon session, and Saki Mahmood picking up his first Test match wicket. 1 for 50 off 22 overs for him. That's a decent return on the track that he's been presented with. 1 for 62 from 22 for Matthew Fisher as well. 2.81 per over he's gone at. So they doing okay. So into the second hour of the afternoon session. If England are going to get anything from this match, they need to blast away this tail pretty quickly, because that deficit now 135, and if Brathwaite continues as he is doing, and if Josh De Silva stays with him for a little bit longer, and then you've got the ability of Kemar Roach and Veerasammy Permal. Jaden Seales is not particularly great with the bat, but possibly all, you're only asking them to maybe hang around for 20 minutes each, while Brathwaite maybe makes hay towards the end of the innings, and all of a sudden it could be up to level pegging, couldn't it, on first innings score. So England need to try and avoid that. If England can get a lead of even 80 or something like that, and the ability to put the foot down and maybe extend that, gives them a half a chance, but you can't really see too much happening on the surface that they present. The odd ones maybe just popped up a little bit, but nothing too dramatic, is it?
Yeah, it's the pitch, and at the end of the day, it's not that the players don't have the skills, but it's the pitch is so benign. It's very, very difficult for everybody concerned. The ball's not going on quite quickly enough for the batsman to really play that typical, calypso cricket, hitting the ball on the up as we saw from the great side back in the day. And from a bowling point of view, well, dear me, it must be desperate when you're a seam bowler out there. It's not so bad for Jack Leach, although it's slow turn for him, but he is at least getting some bite. But the seamers have got virtually nothing to work with apart from a new ball every sort of day.
Just watching that Matthew Fisher catch again, and you just watch his feet, and he's getting himself little movements into position, and all of a sudden they start to get bigger movements going backwards because he realises he's completely misjudged it, and he just manages to grab onto that. It's been a very good catch, or an easy catch that he makes to look difficult. But Mahmood taking his first Test match wicket after getting that false dawn yesterday. It's very pleasing to see him getting his name in the wicket-taking column. And I think both of these two have got a bit of a future in this England side. Neither of them have done themselves any harm, certainly. On a fairly benign track, they've run in, they've given everything they've got, and you can see a future for both where they do maybe get a track that gives them a little bit more. They'll be obviously more able and more capable of taking wickets. So it's going to be interesting to see how their careers progress over the next few years.
Yeah, you'd like to see them both have a go in English conditions.
Absolutely. So De Silva 12 not out, and it's Ben Stokes He's got 2 wickets so far for 57, and there's a bit of shape there away from the right-hander, but he just defends that into the cover region. There's Joe Root's obviously with the new ball, he's up the ante in terms of the slip cordon. He's trying to make this breakthrough that can maybe lead to 3 more, and the ability to try and get Alex Lees and Zach Crawley in there, and to push on and try and make the match situation a little bit more testing for West Indies tomorrow. Hard to see them being able to really engineer anything too dramatic, but you never know. When you've watched a lot of sport, you know strange things can happen, and Stokes comes in again, that's wide and goes wider, and in the end Ben Foakes, a flying Ben Foakes, takes that in front of first slip. But just for a second there, first slip will be thinking my kneecaps are in danger here. So he's a good keeper, isn't he, Ben Foakes? Very good. It's about keeping that concentration going, isn't he? He's quite a chatterbox as well.
He is a good keeper, and obviously he came in the side and he got that ton. And I think everybody thought we found one here, you know, a genuine keeper, proper glove man who can also bat. And then the sort of runs dried up pretty quickly, didn't they?
Stokes comes in, bowls, and that's defended. Even then, though, his average in Test cricket was still over 40 when they dropped him. And anybody coming into Test cricket, whether you're Saki Mahmood, Matthew Fisher, you know, Alex Lees, Ben Foakes, when you first make that step up, it is a step up. And I think people underestimate how much of a fresh challenge and a new challenge and a hard challenge that is. Because, you know, gone are the days where you're playing county cricket and you might get a few cheap wickets, or you might get a couple of bowlers that you fancy and you're able to quite easily nudge around. You know, the standard is consistently high all the way through a Test team, generally speaking, as that's clipped through square leg by De Silva. He's going to come back for the second. Matthew Fisher gets the ball back into Ben Foakes, but De Silva very comfortably back in. So that, you know, the ability to concentrate long and the ability to, you know, ride those good overs and try and survive until you get the chance to get a couple of easy boundaries. The easy shots for 4 are fewer and further between, aren't they, at Test level than they are at county level?
Yeah.
So you've got to try and be, you know. And I think with Alex Lees in this series so far, we've seen him maybe just take a few shots out of his repertoire. Stokes bowls, and that's beating him on the outside edge, and De Silva nods back in approval, probably more happy that he missed it. He probably might not have been nodding his approval if he had caught the edge. Scrambled seam.
Yeah, just noticeable, just a little bit more bounce about this, as you'd expect with the new ball.
And we've seen today, even with the old ball, that Ben Stokes seemed to get a little bit more bite than some of the other bowlers. So with the new ball, you'd expect him to maybe test these batsmen. This ball of his over, that's tossed up and driven nicely, but straight to cover. Jack Leach doesn't strike me as a Derek Randall kind of figure, but he's there in the covers, patrolling that area, and gets the ball back in, fields it cleanly. Brathwaite 153, De Silva 14, 374 for 6. The deficit now 133.
He didn't doff his cap, did he, either?
I love that pitch. Yeah. Saw that pitch actually just yesterday. I was looking at it and thinking, I mean, he was such a good player. I've done over 500 podcasts now, had all sorts of the great and the good of cricket on my podcast down the last few years, and the one person that's right at the top of my wish list is Derek Randall, and I've never been able to get hold of him. Somebody gave me his number, but I've phoned that number over a 2-day period. I've phoned it about 10 times and nobody ever answered it. So I'd love to get him on. I don't know how he would be on the podcast. It might say don't meet your heroes, but Fisher bowls, and that's defended by Brathwaite, no run.
I think he's a fairly quiet character from what they say. He's a schools coach, isn't he? These days. I can't remember the name of the school he coaches at, but it's down in the general Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire area.
Yeah, I mean, it was a Nottinghamshire code that was on his number that I was given. Somebody, I put out an appeal on Twitter one day and said, anybody's got any contact details for Derek Randall, because I'd love to get him on the podcast. A few people replied saying, I'd love to listen to that. And then somebody from one of the magazines contacted me and said, I think this number's right, try this one. So that's nudged into the leg sides, and there's no run that time for Brathwaite. 153 from 479 balls. You remember the time when Joe Denley was coming into the England side, and there was a lot of talk about how the number 3 should look to bat at least 100 balls. Well, Brathwaite's coming up to doing that 5 times over, isn't he? 479 he's been in there for. That's some powers of concentration. Strike rate's only in the sort of about 30 or something like that, isn't it? Yeah, 32 at the moment. Runs per 100 balls. As Fisher comes in bowls, and that's tossed up and driven nicely by Brathwaite. Only half fielded by Chris Wokes, who loses the ball, but Brathwaite remembers the old adage, don't run on a misfield. Chris Wokes is able to grin because there was no run taken. Old Kirtley still on the commentary there on the telly.
Yeah, Bishop.
Hasn't aged much, has he, Kirtley Ambrose? He's still pretty fresh-faced and looks pretty similar to how he did do when he played. Maybe he had an old face then that just stayed old, I don't know. But Fisher bowls, and that's outside the off stump. He just hops up a little bit on the batsman, but he is able to ride it and just guide it down into point, and they go through for a single. Brathwaite goes to 154, 375 for 6.
It's good stuff from him.
Can't remember too many times today where Brathwaite's looked in trouble.
No, but 481 deliveries in one knock, that's 2 or 3 seasons for lots of amateur batsmen.
Yeah. It's probably 2 or 3 seasons for the likes of Ollie Pope, isn't it, at the minute? And as that's played, or left alone rather, outside of the off stump by Josh De Silva. Ollie Pope's such a frustrating cricketer, isn't he? Because I mean, I've seen him a couple of innings he's played for Surrey, and he's looked $1 million. And you see him play for England, and he looks $1 million on occasions in an England shirt, but just finds a way of getting out, and just needs to somehow harden that resolve to stay in there and sell his wicket dear, doesn't he?
Yeah, just a bit too loose.
James Vince is another one, isn't he? He's a terrific player, but hasn't quite done it, as Fisher is defended into the offside by De Silva. That's the end of another over. 166 gone. The new ball yet to reap any rewards for England. And as you said just before it was taken, if they fail to take a wicket with a new ball, then anybody that's on the draw in terms of a bet before this test match started, that kind of hardens up as a winner, I think, in the greater scheme of things, because only trailing by 132 now. If they can get through the next sort of 10 overs without losing a wicket, that deficit's going to be down to more like 100, and the ball's going to get a lot easier again, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is where Test cricket is still interesting at the moment, but there could be a day of little interest at the end of this match.
I'm on tomorrow. As Stokes comes in and bowls, and that's down the leg side, just flicked into square leg. Fisher's quickly on it, but his impression of Derek Randall goes horribly wrong as the throw loops over the top of the bails and goes nowhere near anybody. Backing up was important on that occasion. So the graphic for most test runs for West Indies in test matches. Brian Lara tops the tree. 11,912 there. Chanderpaul, Richards, Sobers, Greenwich, Lloyd, Haynes, Gale, Canai and Richardson. Richardson's the match referee at this test match in Barbados. And Stokes comes in, and that's on the pads and flicked down to fine leg, and a good piece of fielding there. Ran quickly Johnny Bairstow, not seen him for ages either. He's disappeared into the outfield and just chewing on the grass, isn't he? And he
just fielded one when he were out of the room a couple of minutes ago, but yeah, he's not done a great deal. Look at that list. I mean, Richie Richardson probably gets shot for this round Yorkshire way, but I never thought of him in great West Indian batsman terms, but his record suggests that I'm wrong. He's 10th in the
very
list.
good player, wasn't he? Very good player.
Yeah, very good, but very good and great are two different things.
Last time I went out to Barbados, I met like 4 other people on that list. I think because Stokes is played up to mid-off and there's no run. I had the luxury. I went to the as I told you before, that I was kind of hosted by the Barbados Tourism Authority. They took us out and gave us some great food and looked after us really nicely. Their credit card came out at the end of the night, and it was quite a nice time. But they set up a trip to the Cricket Museum just alongside the Kensington Oval, and I went along with my video camera as Stokes bowls, and that's pitch and through the gap, and Brathwaite offers a chance, but it wasn't a chance. It goes through the gap between slip and gully, and Stokes is shaking his head forlornly there. That's as close as they've got today to taking his wicket. Brathwaite gets 4 for it, down to third man. He goes on to 159, 381 for 6.
Yeah, I wonder if he's cursing because he's not got another slip in place or something like that, or if it's just a matter of that's really bad luck and we've got the cordon set and you've got away with one there, Craig.
I think it was probably the latter, wasn't it? But yeah, he's annoyed there, Ben Stokes. Anyway, went along to the Cricket Museum, and it's good. Anybody that goes out to Barbados, there is the museum just around the corner, not very far away at all. Stokes bowls, and that's left alone, and it was only just shy of the off stump there. I don't know if Brathwaite thought that was going to bend away a little bit more than it did do, but it was not far away. It was a very good leave, you can say, in the end. But, Desmond Haynes was managing that play. I mean, he's chairman of selectors now, so I would imagine he's still involved with the museum, but maybe not quite as day-to-day as he was at the time. I interviewed him on video, and then he showed me around the museum, so I got guided round the Cricket Museum of Barbados by one of the people that was on a lot of the walls. It was just quite special. That's Brathwaite bowls, and that's defended. And then the final shindig of the trip, the MCC team and the champion County Essex at the time. We went along to Gordon Greenidge's house, and he does this for quite a few tours. I'm sure he's busy whilst they're out there now. He effectively hosts an afternoon. He's got a house which is his house, and then they've got like a garage with like a perspex roof on it, and it goes a bit further back, so there's a lot of space around the back. And he's got like a barbecue and a cooking area and chairs and stuff. And we all went there, met Gordon Greenidge, and had food and a chat. And then they brought a guy on, and I can't remember his name. I'm going to have to Google it in a second. He was a well-known musician who played a couple of his famous songs.
Bob Marley.
No, it wasn't Bob. It's Fisher Bowles, and that's Outside the Something Left Alone.
Desmond Decker.
No, it wasn't Desmond. It wasn't Desmond. I'm going to Google it. Famous Barbados singers.
Eddie Graham.
No, it wasn't Electric Avenue. Famous Barbados singer.
Ben Stokes leaving the field of play and kicking the ground as he gets to the top of the steps as well.
He wasn't Rihanna. The Mighty Gabby. That was it. Mighty Gabby.
No wonder I didn't get that.
And there's a brilliant. It was brilliant the way they did this. I'd never heard of him either. It's Fisher Bowles, and that's driven by De Silva. He's beating the infield. It's a chase for Bairstow. He's going to catch up with it. It's pretty quick, and they come back for two. The Mighty Gabby's got a song. Well, he's obviously got quite a few songs because he's mighty, but very good singer. And he brought out this young kid who was only about that high, and this kid was kind of pushed to the front. And the Mighty Gabby's, one of his famous songs, was sung by this kid with him accompanying him on the guitar. Everybody in the room was completely transfixed watching this. This kid had mighty lungs on him as Fisher is defended back to him, and there's no run. And so this kid was blasting out this song. I kind of remember, I actually videoed this. It's on YouTube, and there was the likes of Matthew Fisher, Dan Lawrence, and a few others there, just completely spellbound by this kid. And then the final note, he did the proper old X Factor thing by finishing on the big note, and he got such a round of applause off the back of that. This little lad. But yeah, quite a special time that at Gordon Greenidge's house. As Fisher comes in again, and just ducks underneath that one. De Silva, and there's no run. You have to pinch yourself at moments like that. As somebody that's kind of grown up loving cricket and had watched Gordon Greenidge on the telly many times, scoring a double hundred and one leg at Lords and the like, and he sort of sat there. And for somebody like Dan Lawrence, he might not actually appreciate the significance of Gordon Greenidge as much as I did, unless he's a real student of the game. But when you've kind of grown up watching these guys, Greenidge and Haynes and co, and you're kind of like breathing the same air as them and socialising with them effectively, it's quite special, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's Fisher Bowles, and that's short and driven off the back foot, and there's no run. Interviewed Joel Garner on that trip as well, and that didn't go so well, because Joel had just come out of a meeting, I think, and there's quite a lot of politics in West Indies cricket, and he was fed up the day that I first met him. So I interviewed him, and like I said earlier, I always try and start my interviews with a nice, easy start to get them talking. And I basically asked him the cliched question about, as a tall bowler getting a lot of bounce, you're always a handful, Joel, or something along those lines. and he kind of like snarled back at me. He was took skill as well as Fisher bowls, and that's how the off stump left alone. So, but his answer was basically along the lines of effectively suggesting that I was diminishing his natural talents by suggesting that he only got wickets because he was tall, which wasn't what I was saying at all. It's kind of 2 questions in. I kind of said to him, "You're not really feeling this interview, are you?" I said, well, should we just leave it at that? And he kind of stomped off. About 3 days later, we found we were out with the Barbados tourism guys. We picked up Joel, went down to the Oystons Fish Market, and had a very good evening drinking rum and rum punches, and he was absolutely superb. So I just caught him on a bad time when I had the microphone in my hand. 383 for 6, 168 overs gone. And, we're getting through today. Nothing too dramatic happening. I had the luxury on Thursday, obviously on the same track, and kind of the same tone was being set, but sort of commentated on the Ben Stokes innings and the Dan Lawrence's some of Dan Lawrence's runs and what have you. But haven't really had that today, have we? It's been a little bit more attritional today.
Hard work for both parties. This fella's bowled pretty well. 63 overs, 1 for 111. Jack Leach probably hasn't got the rewards that some of his deliveries have merited. Got 2 slips in place and a short leg.
Trying to remember what the Mighty Gabby song was that was sung, but I can't find it. Emerton, that's it. He was born in Emerton, and his song was Emerton. It's on Spotify. Put Emerton the Mighty Gabby in, you'll hear it.
I'm not on Spotify.
It's actually quite a good song. It's probably on YouTube as well. If you actually put it into YouTube, you'll probably find my video. But he only played a couple of songs and then cleared off. But it was good. It was a very good afternoon, that. And I was being me and trying to get as many interviews there as I could. I was whilst this social event was going on and people were drinking and being merry and having something to eat, I was effectively going around and saying, "Can you spare me 5 minutes outside?" It's Leach bowls, and that's short of the off stump and cut away through the cover region. Fielder is out there, and there's only going to be the 1 run. So there was, I think I did probably about 8 interviews outside of Gordon Greenwich's garage outside the front there, including Don Bess and a few others. Don Bess, who you know obviously from Yorkshire, he has made his first, probably only first class century in that Champion County game, and I interviewed Dom just after that day's play, and he was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and full of the joys of spring after scoring his first ton. Driven off the back foot and misfielded at cover there by a England player. I didn't notice who it was. Root goes and retrieves the ball, and De Silva gets another single. He has a bit of a grimace stroke smile at the offending fielder. Don't know if it bounced badly in front of him. The camera doesn't pan to the fielder who missed it, but he'll still be at cover, so we'll try and identify him off the next delivery. Is it Bairstow? Or have they changed? I think they might have changed the field actually. I think the defending fielder's gone to a short fine leg. As at Leach bowls, and that's defended by Brathwaite, no run. This partnership 34 runs off 104 balls, so the scoring rate at the moment isn't express, but this is Test cricket. It's not always going to be Ben Stokes at heading, knocking Nathan Lyon for 6s every ball. Oh, he's got him! Jack Leach gets one to bite, it gets one to turn, and he takes the top off the off bail, and that is a very, very decent delivery from Jack Leach. He gets the wicket of Craig Brathwaite. 160. It takes some getting through the defences of a man that's got 160 on the board, and that was a very good ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's very similar to what he's bowled many times during today's play, really, earlier on. He's getting the ball to bite and turn, and he just managed to get it perfect there, didn't he? Length and line, and as you say, very difficult to dislodge a man who's faced 488 balls at the point that one was released. But he's out now after 489 of them for 160, and richly deserved applause from all parts. I noticed 1 or 2 of the England players shouted well done to him as well, and he thanked them just after the bails had been toppled. So brilliant stuff from Brathwaite, and he's gone a long, long way to helping his team ensure that they get out of this without losing.
Yeah, it's a terrific innings from him, isn't it? Really, really good stuff. And Jack Leach gets just reward. He's bowled well today. And Craig Brathwaite gone for 160. That ball was kind of heading towards his leg stump. It pitched it and it ripped. And it takes the top of the off bail. And Carlos, keep wanting to cut in Carlos. It's Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies skipper, is gone for 160. That's a big wicket for England. Into the tail a little bit now. Kemar Roach, I think, will be the next batsman in. Then you've got Pamal. Both of those two can hang around, but neither of who are prolific. And then Jaden Seals, he's very much a number 11 from what I've seen so far. So England have opened the door at one end at least. Josh De Silva's been playing well for his 18 off 60. Can England take 3 quick wickets and capitalise on the tail that West Indies have got? If they can, that lead, which is currently 122 runs, if they can get a lead of 100 going into their second innings, it gives them a catapult to try and put some pressure on West Indies. So I think the draw is the favourite result in this test match, but Sherwood's getting an attacking field in there. There's a silly mid-off, short leg, 2 slips as Jack Leach comes in, and that one turns and just runs off the outside edge of Kemar Roach's bat to point. There's no run. England all of a sudden look a little bit more sprightly in the field. The eyes have narrowed, the body language is positive. Next ball, Kemar Roach leaves that one alone as it spins away from the off stump. And that's the end of another Jack Leach over. The second wicket for Jack Leach, 2 for 113 from 64 overs that he has bowled. England obviously making 507 for 9 in their first innings. 385 for 7 now West Indies. De Silva and Roach in at the moment, Pamal and Seals to come. Can England take 3 quick wickets and try and at least take some advantage into day 5 that they could try and manipulate? If it does break up a little bit, we've seen a few turn for Jack Leach. That was probably the best of the lot in terms of one that actually really did grip. That's a real top-notch slow left armer's dismissal. Matthew Fisher trying to find his second wicket in his debut test match. One slip in a gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket as De Silva just nudges past that mid-wicket and goes through for a single. One more to his score, he goes to 19. He'll trust Kemar Roach with the strike. Roach is a vastly experienced West Indian cricketer from Barbados himself, 33 years old. He's about 100 days short of his 34th birthday, so coming towards the end of his illustrious career. He ranks quite highly in the top West Indies wicket-taking stakes. In terms of his batting, highest test score of 41 in 69 test matches, average of 11.87. So you would think he's get-outable, for want of a better phrase. Fisher has another slip added as he comes into bowl to Roach. He's right behind that. Will have batted on this surface a lot from being a young kid. Born in St Lucie in Barbados. All the kind of provinces in Barbados are named after like Christian names. It's St John's and St Charles, St Lucie, etc. Craig Brathwaite, just some replays there of him walking off, holding his bat high in the sky. 160 from him today. That one left alone by Kemar Roach. Matthew Fisher not making him play enough really in this over. He's got Kemar Roach there. He needs to make him sort of dabble outside the off stump, try and test him a little bit more. Craig Brathwaite though, 160 for him, and that's his second highest test score, highest score of 212. Terrific innings from the West Indies skipper, has kept his side in this match. Fisher bowls, and that's just down the leg side, it's flicked on down towards fine leg. Down comes Jack Leach and keeps it to a single, keeps Kemar Roach, takes him down the other end with one ball, I think, to come in this over. That might be 2. Deficit is 120. But Matthew Fisher not quite getting it right there to Kemar Roach. Needed to test him a little bit more than that. It's allowed him to get off strike. Now we'll see how Josh De Silva plays with the tail with him. Does he go up a gear, or does he just continue batting like he has been doing? Fisher bowls, and that's a better delivery, defended into the leg side by De Silva. Dot ball. 387 for 7.
Half an hour to go before tea, and I'd love to wrap it up now, wouldn't I, while the ball's still relatively new.
Silva's, I've not seen enough of De Silva to know how many gears he's got, actually, whether he can go up a gear and dominate and try and steer the tail to something bigger, or whether he's kind of limited to just play his natural game, as this one is defended off just outside of the off stump. Fisher completes another over. 120 the deficit, 387 for 7. The wicket of Brathwaite is a big one, but it's only going to be really big in hindsight tomorrow if England can wrap up the tail off the back of it. Otherwise this match is going into day 5 with not a huge chance of a positive result, I would suggest. 3 quick wickets though, and get England back in with overs left today, and there is a chance for England to maybe just try and force something to happen, or at least put pressure on West Indies. 37 overs left, 2 for the change, so England would have maybe, if they made short work of West Indies' tail there, they'd have something like 30 overs to add to that 100 lead-ish, so they could push it up to the kind of early 200s. A session tomorrow, and they'll have 2 sessions at West Indies to try and bowl them out, but sounds all a little bit fanciful at the moment until they can take those 3 wickets. That's not going to be easy. It might be the tail, but the surface is not necessarily threatening. We saw Alzori Joseph earlier as the night watchman find it fairly easy. I'll pass it across to you to take us through the final half an hour of the afternoon.
Jack Leach, with a crowd of players around about Johnny Bairstow, has just joined him under the helmet at sending it off. And the first ball is just dabbed out into the offside by Kemar Roach. There's one of half a dozen deliveries so far. Shots of a lady clutching her umbrella in the crowd as Leach is in again. And a more appreciable turn, but starts too wide.
She looked like she got like a golfing umbrella, and she was using it as a trying to check a chin rest, to just keep her face upright. It's that kind of day, isn't it?
Leach again. Wide of off stump, big turn this time. It's the biggest he's turned all day. Really did bite, but couldn't tempt Roach into playing a shot. And I'm sure that Bairstow would have been happy he didn't, because he was right in the firing line there. Very, very close, just off the strip at sending it off. That's more of a regulation turner from Leach. And angled in from wide towards the right-hander and then straightens on him.
Definitely turn there for Leach, isn't there? Yeah, maybe, you could say he's been economical, etc., but maybe you could say he's not used the turn enough. Would a better bowler have got more from it? I don't know.
Here's again. That's once more just wide of off stump, turning further away. Roach smothers it.
In terms of, you see a lot more county cricket than I do these days. The spinners on the county circuit, you've got obviously Jack Leach, who's in situ, Matt Parkinson, who's in the squad that a lot of people want to see in the 3rd Test match.
Again, tosses this one up, off stump, smothered by Roach, no run.
Don Bess, who we've seen, Adil Rashid, who apparently has been lured back to red ball cricket by Yorkshire, could maybe make an appearance back into Test cricket if that goes well. Amavirdi at Surrey, I've heard a lot about him, and Moriarty at Middlesex I've heard about. Anybody else that?
Funnily enough, the one county I've not covered a game against is Middlesex, so I haven't really seen Moriarty in action. I think the Parkinsons, both,
Callum at Leicestershire, isn't he?
Very useful spin bowlers in county cricket terms. Don Bess clearly as well. If you look at his stats from last year, he bowled a lot of overs for Yorkshire. Didn't go for that many in terms of an economy rate, and picked up his fair share of wickets. Probably, particularly given that he's bowling at Headingley, which is, has always been known for not being spinner friendly. Seem a friendly place. So I think that those who get talked about as being in the top echelon are those they've got that right. That sort of half dozen or so players, but
I think I mean, I've heard somebody say to me that Callum Parkinson, rather, in their opinion, is actually better than his brother. And maybe if he was at a more fashionable county and not Leicestershire, if he, say he took, was it 50 wickets in the Championship last season? Yeah. If he'd taken those for Surrey, he'd probably be on this trip, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he's a good bowler, no question about it. And I think those two have got more variations. I watched Jack Leach bowl, and he's turning the ball, and he's asking the batsman to play, and that's the main thing. As Wokes is into the attack, and he's driven to mid-on by De Silva, and there's no run. But I don't see much in the way of variation from Leach. I've not been watching every single ball in terms of his speed to see if he's varying his pace much.
I don't think he is. I think
it doesn't feel like he is.
I said to you earlier that somebody described him on Twitter this morning as it's the same ball delivered 80 times in a day or something like that. It does feel like that a little bit, doesn't it?
He's not slinging a wide one in. He's not firing one in quicker. Doesn't seem to be much in the way of an arm ball. As Wokes is in again and pushed up to mid-off this time by De Silva and no run. So I'd want to see more of that from my spinner. And I think, Dom Bess, I've seen a lot of him, and I think that there are more variations from what I've seen. Don't get me wrong, it's not a bag of tricks at Shane Warne style, but there are 2 or 3 different deliveries that you'll see from Dom. And I'm not seeing that anything like as much from Jack. Here's Wokes in. Pushed out into the covers.
I mean, it's 3 years ago, was it 3 or 4 years ago, I saw Dom in Barbados. He made that debut century in the MCC game, and he also bowled them to victory in that match. And I think that match actually put him really on the radar. He made his Test debut only about 3 months after that, still as a Somerset player at the time. But you can see something when you watch him close up, and I tend to be somebody that just kind of lurks around the edges and kind of peers at people and kind of tries to wake people up from a distance, and you could see something in him. There's a steely determination. He learns quite quickly. He's quite a bright lad, isn't he? And you can definitely see what England have seen in him. Maybe he's not quite delivered on that because he's a work in progress, and people get very impatient very quickly, don't they, with a spinner? But he's still quite young, and there's still plenty more to come from him, I think.
I totally agree. I think he'll be back again at some point. It might take 3 or 4 years, but he'll come back a better player when he comes back into the side. And with those runs that he can score as well, he can still prove a very useful international player as De Silva whips this delivery to mid-wicket. Good diving stop there as well.
I mean, that 100 he scored for the MCC that day was top quality. He got 107. That's the only century he scored in his career. But some of the cover drives in that innings were top quality. It wasn't like a tail ender innings where he got lucky. It was a proper batting innings. You could see that he got it.
Works again, flicked off the legs by De Silva to a square leg for a single. Yeah, he got a 90-ish at Headingley against Essex, and it was vital at the time that he scored those runs, because I think Yorkshire were in a bit of trouble when he did make the tail 7 that day and kick things on as it turned out. I think the game ended up in. But it was putting him in a winning position. That was 2019.
There looks to be a little bit of rain falling there now. You can just see in the foreground of that picture there's some precipitation, I think.
Wokes in again, and Roach able to shoulder arms to that final delivery of the over. One from it, 388 for 7, and the West Indies trail by 119.
You'd imagine if it does shower now, they'd probably just take an early wear shorts as well. There are dancing boys, and was it the 100? I did see some lads doing it as well, alongside the girls.
Didn't get to see much of it. I was out and about around the nation doing RL50 matches. So Chris Wokes he's going to continue.
Not a big one, mate.
In short. No, then did that hit Roach or go?
wins the over.
Just a lack of concentration there.
Of him. Takes it of a fashion anyway.
Folks is earning his money this over, isn't he?
Yeah, there was Phil Tufnell was in there. He'd played 30 tests and his average abroad was 45, something like that.
There's some good bowlers in that list, isn't there? Graylinworth you wouldn't necessarily put down as a numpty. Phil Tufnell was a very good slow left armer. Chris Oakes is a very good player.